Hello. How's it going, everyone? Let's see, make sure everything's set up and working. Welcome to a chill Saturday painting stream. Sorry about that. Gotta keep on adjusting the camera angles to try to get the best setup to show everybody what's going on in the most detail. So sometimes I might bump the camera, sometimes parts of me might get in the way, but everybody new here, I'm Odin Auckland, and I'm a VTuber, hobbyist, programmer, and gamer, everything nerdy, and I'm here painting miniatures. And what you see right here is kind of what we got to last week on one of the minis. Let's get this in focus for you. This is what we're gonna work towards bringing everything up to. Hey, Violet. Oh, audio not working? Okay, let's see. I might need to make an adjustment. Give me one moment. Interesting. Can you hear me now? Is there any audio coming through? I see audio levels on the meter, but I will continue talking until I see some sort of confirmation. Kind of hard. I have to bounce back and forth between the computers. Let's see, let me work on this a little bit. Let me pull it up in my Twitch actually and see. Let's see. Let's see. I'm not sure. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I was gonna say, I pulled open the Twitch on my side and everything seemed to be coming through okay with the volume, so and actually let me double check one setting too. Yes, isn't technology wonderful? But yep, like I was saying, this is basically what we're working to get the rest of them up to. So we're one or two steps away before, but hopefully by the end of the stream we can start getting most of them to this red coating of the metallic. So basically we have a gold undercoat and a little bit of shading, and now we're working on adding highlights. We're gonna add like little 2 levels. First one's gonna be hard to see on camera because it's gonna be like a 50-50 mix of gold and silver, and then there's gonna be little bits of highlight of pure silver, and then we can add just the coating of red over it to tint it all. And then once they're all to this stage, we're going to add a bit more highlighting to kind of bring it up even more, and then this layer of the armor will be done, and then we can move on to other parts of the horses, and eventually once the horses are done, we'll move on to the knights that get to ride them. So kind of a slow process, but that's what we're here for, just kind of laying back. And yeah, it's good. It's definitely working for you now. It's always hard to tell where the problem lies when it comes to issues like that in streams, if it's a user and stuff, and especially if there's not anyone else in stream to help diagnose the problem or anything. So let's take this one, it's completed, and put that aside for now, and we'll start with one of these. So now when this is just sitting here, you're going to get more of an above angle with this. I'm trying out a different angle, but now when I'm holding it and working on it, it'll be more straight on. And hopefully, as long as my head doesn't get in the way or anything, I'll be able to see a little bit more as I go. But like I said, you don't even need to watch all too closely. These are just supposed to be chill streams, so you can do whatever you like. I know you've mentioned in the past that Violet, I know you like to knit and stuff. You were working on a sweater last time you talked, so yeah, no, definitely on my side, I know, like, because I have headphones and I have speakers and I have all these different audio sources, so I'm always flipping between all these different things, so I can definitely understand where things can get mixed up and hard to find exactly what's going on in any given situation. So let's see. I need a mix of Stormhost Silver and Retributor Armor, and I think it's just a 1-to-1 mix of those. So I'll shake these up because they kind of separate over time. Nice, I hope your sweater's coming along well. I'm using a wet palette to kind of keep the paints like moist while I'm working on it, but kind of wonder if there's too much water in it. It's a little bit buoyant, but the nice thing about a good wet palette is that, like, if you do a mix of paints, you can keep them in between sessions and they'll stay, they won't dry out on you. So if you mixed a particular shade, you can get back to using it right away. Sweet. Sounds awesome. Yeah, knitting is one of those types of things that are nice to do, like when you're doing something else passively. Like I've seen people talk about doing it while they're listening to a podcast or an audiobook or watching a show, and some people do that too when they're either doing like batch painting or sometimes like assembling models, the parts that they don't have to pay like a lot of attention to. I don't want this too thin. I want to be able to... Oh, this is kind of watery still. No, I guess it's got okay coverage. Alright, let's get this focus. Alright, so I'm trying to hit these upper parts. This light knife up here. Beetle. Yeah, I guess you can see it. Yeah, it's contrasty enough that it's just like, I think I already hit this one a little bit, but you're just trying to get these highest tips, and we're doing like a little edge highlight. Doesn't have to be perfect because nobody's actually going to be looking at this closely. Alright, let's... Yeah, and it's definitely... I used to know someone who liked knitting, and this was like a while ago, but they would also find like knitting groups, and they would just, you know, sit down and all be working on their own knitting projects together and hang out and stuff. But this was a bit before knitting kind of got a little more popular with younger people again, so most of it were older ladies, but funny. Knitting would have been a nice thing to have taken up while I lived in a colder area for sure. Yeah, that's understandable. People around your age and left-handed. I mean, in general, you just want people you can vibe with, you know? It's like, normally as an adult, it's usually not that big a deal, like, age or whatever, because, like, you know, I mean, everybody's kind of adults and they all have adult personalities, and, like, you can be friends with someone of any age, except The fact that like over the last few decades or whatever, they've really kind of hammered home this generational divide, you know, and kind of really separated boomers from millennials from Gen Z, and kind of made it a lot worse than it used to be, I feel like. Is like, yeah, even in like this hobby, Warhammer's been around since like, well, the first editions came out in the 80s, and you know, people who were playing it back then are definitely a lot older than the people who are exposed to it in the like over the decades and stuff like that. So it covers a lot of generations. Maybe not as much as the old like boomer type of stuff, but still you can kind of still get some people in like a crusty old mindset sometimes. That's not the most pleasant. Yeah, it'd be cool if you could find like niche knitting groups like based around like shared interest or something, like VTuber fan knitters or whatever, or like you all like a certain genre of music, or you're all in the same cultural scene or whatever, you know. Can you imagine like a hardcore punk knitting group? That'd be fun. Puppy. A little bit noisy down there. I mean, I've seen people do some cool stuff with crocheting, at least, like the ones who can make like the figures and stuff. I'm sure the knitters can get on and make some cool outfits that are related to gamers. Do you need some help, puppy? Do you want me to get that out of there for you? Here, let me get your toy. Here you go. You got your hair all over it. Alright. In a focused area. Yeah. In this line, I'm doing with the highlights. It doesn't have to be the tightest because I'll have an even tighter one on top. It's mainly for providing contrast between the different areas. grab some pigment out of. Alright. Can I get? Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of cool stuff people can do with different, like the textile arts, I should say, I guess they would call it. Highlighting here, all along the. Okay. I'm gonna try to just get this top center line. That's where the light will be hitting it most directly. Yeah. And it's like, it's always neat, like, when people, I mean, just showing off is cool, but like, the people who do like crochet, like a, you know, a VTuber or something like that, it is kind of a really unique sort of fan art that you don't see all too often as far as like a style goes and stuff. Okay, I'm going to. Do I have a better means of getting paint out? Oh, maybe palette knife or something. A drop, maybe a dropper would be. Shake it up a little bit first. As I hoped. Okay. Oh. Yeah, that's really cool. Yeah, doing it in musicians and Amanda Palmer. Yeah, especially someone like that who's kind of stylized, you know, has an aesthetic that can really work for that kind of stuff. Okay, come on. Droppers were not an ideal choice. Yes. Okay. Let's try that. Oh, really? I did not know that. I definitely was a fan of Dresden Dolls back in the day. Oh my goodness. I need to get better at mixing paint without feeling like I'm wasting so much of it. Because I'm mixing it with a brush currently and I feel like it's all loaded on the brush. Maybe I should like have a palette knife or something. Don't want it all like lost in the bristles. This brush. All right. All right, get this focus again. Okay, this is the next horse. It's definitely quicker than doing the full base coats because we're only doing the edges, so we can crank through them a little bit faster. Those shadows I did on the rivet, but very tips of them. But still, that's kind of out of focus. I apologize. Go around this front. Oh, thick, but that's all right. Up and see how much it kind of adds that contrast and helps it stand out a bit. Which will really help when we add the tint over it, because it'll all be tied together, but it'll dull everything down a bit, which is why we'll add additional highlights at the end of it. But now we want to focus on the back. The idea is this color is gonna kind of go in any of the areas that catch the most light, so I could technically even glaze it a little bit on the top smooth parts. I'm also trying to be mindful because I'm kind of noticing my hand having a little bit of a death grip, and I really don't need that. I don't need to be Devs announced the date for the next Hollow Cure update, August 17th, I believe. Awesome. Definitely gonna be playing that. They look like they added so much because they added all the Indonesian members, but then in addition to all of them and their moves and their items, they've added a whole additional mode that's seems to have some Animal Crossing-esque features and customization and stuff. So yeah, Hollow House, that's what it's called. Yep, it looks very neat. Some people, I'm sure a lot of people might just end up playing that. I think I saw something where one of the devs said like he was having trouble getting the other developers to stop playing it and work on other stuff. Oh. These tips. Yeah, it's gonna be a lot of fun, I'm sure. That's definitely like one of the games I want to play myself and not like have spoiled for me. Like there's a lot of games out there I'll watch other people play, but I'm like, that one I'll have to give some of my own time to and try to get to it before I enjoy other people's streams of it. But that's okay. Front part. Yeah, Hollow House, yeah. Get that in focus. Alright, now we're gonna just try to go down this middle part. A bit dark and light here, but get where the light would shine down. A little bit here on top of the beehive. And I'm not sure if I hit these little pale armor pieces yet, so add a little bit on the edges of these. is good enough for this one. Definitely feeling summer here. Yeah, that's understandable. I mean, bullet hells have a long history too, and like, I mean, they were originally made for the arcades, and that era, I mean, most of arcades, but especially that era of arcades, the whole idea was that they wanted games, they wanted to hit that spot where they were challenging, extremely challenging to kind of get you to put in more quarters, but not so unfair that you just walked away. So it's like they were always pushing that limit, but so like it kind of came from a certain breed. But yeah, stuff like Animal Crossing and Stardew are like their own style of games, and like I remember playing I think my first exposure to that kind of stuff was Harvest Moon 64, I think. And then yeah, when Animal Crossing came out for like GameCube, and then I haven't had the chance. I bought Stardew, but I haven't dove into it yet because I know I would sink a ton of time into it. But I know I understand the appeal of those games. All right. Liquidy on this paint, that's okay. Not striving for perfection. I'm not going for competition level paint job. Just barely competent, really. I'm looking forward to when I have them completed and be able to have them lined up against my other completed units. Dream would be just eventually have the whole army complete and play some good old classic fantasy games, or maybe by then Old World will be out and I can play with some new rules. Yeah, laptop fans can go crazy sometimes if they're working too hard, or if their settings are bunked. Yeah, for this kind of like paint job, like you can kind of tell just what I guess intention I have with it is that like I want to spend a okay amount of time, because like a lot of people would consider these just rank and file units, and when you have to paint a lot of them, it's acceptable to cut corners because you have to do so much, and the idea is to get them on the table and just look presentable, and then you spend your time on like your showpiece models. And the people who are more into the painting process are the ones who are more likely to spend some time on every model, but then you see how long it takes, how many like streams we've done so far, and kind of still how far we are from being finished. And like when you do these multiple highlight steps for each type of material in each color, and then you look at the model itself and how many different details there are that are different materials. Because I mean, look, I'm only working on the ultimately red metallic armor right now. We have the horse's body itself, which consists of its hooves, its tail hair, its body itself, and then its face. So like it's got its eyes, some of them show their teeth, mouth in general, or the nostrils. And then you have the chain that's exposed. You have the leather saddle, or whatever material you really want it, but it's mostly obviously. And then you have like other chains going across. You have the little piece of metal that's in between the chainmail and the armor plates going down up over the shoulders. I'm going to paint a different style of metal. So, and even then, like on this tail, not all of them have it, but this tail is tied back a little bit with like some sort of rope or cable or ribbon or something. So it's like there's a lot of little tiny details that you can just gloss over. Like most people won't notice it, but if you're spending time on it, there's a lot that becomes a time sink that you can see why it can be daunting and why it could take forever to build up an army, and why like company that made this game, like Games Workshop, kind of shifted their main focus on their games to games that don't necessarily require as many miniatures to play. Get up and running faster. Raised edges, brighter. Water for that. Yeah, it's definitely like if you're not like rushing to try to meet something, and you'd like the kind of meditative aspect of it, like it is nice to sit down and paint, you know, kind of bring your creation to life. Like that. The edges more. Okay. These here. Yeah, and my personal, I don't know, satisfaction in general is I like making stuff overall. So, I like building stuff, I like programming stuff, which is building, making things satisfying to me. So, painting, kind of a nice way to, it also, it's nice to have an end result, and it's nice to kind of like the process of like zooming in at this level of detail kind of helps you like drown out the noise of the rest of the world going on, you know? I'm not on Twitter right now, and I'm not reading news or any crap like that. I'm on Twitch streaming, but that's a slightly different thing. I'm trying to share a kind of a Zen experience a little bit, but you know. Man, I think the highlights for this. Maybe I'll do down the middle on the main armor. MANE. Okay. Cranking through them. Definitely, like, when this set is done, I'll get some nice photos of them next to my other set of knights, and then maybe eventually I'll get my third regiment done, and they'll have a nice contrast between the three of them. But my third regiment, I want to do some customization to them, which will require some basically I have some rare pieces that I want to make some molds and duplicates of, so gonna take a little bit of effort to get it all together and done, but if I pull it off, it'll be a very nice thing, I think. Alright, come on, focus. Yeah, so it's what it was is like the Empire had a bunch of art options for their what you could do for their knights, and you could paint them up in different ways, and technically, so what I want to do is called the Knights of the Golden Sun, and you can kind of do it out of the box, but they sold briefly these rare add-on pieces that were specifically for that heraldry of knights. So it had like a custom flag, it had some custom like helmets and shields and stuff like that. Only like a few, but and it wasn't around for very long, and they were all like, they were old, they were like metal pieces and stuff, so like I managed to get them, and I even have them out still. I think I do. So they're obviously not available anymore, and they're not super common, and I wanted to, like, I could get away with just using them and mixing and matching, but I'd like to see if I could, you know, make some pieces with it. So like this is, move this out of the way. That's like the banner for it, which, you know, you only need like one banner on it, but then see if I can grab some. You know, you got kind of a unique champion, and the main thing is like on the chest piece they've got this sun iconography, and kind of another, like it would be a golden sun on the helm, kind of the same thing. This is a golden sun on the helm of the musician for it. So you got a couple more different variations of helmets for knights that you can mix and match with it. And then they also have, can't really show them easily on here, but different shields for them. So if I can't like mold them perfectly, like I can kind of recreate them. I think they're not too difficult, but it's kind of a neat custom set that by the time I got into it, they didn't sell them anymore. So it was kind of, I had to wait and get lucky on eBay to even find this set. They're pretty rare to find. So yeah, very detailed. And like, so their main coloration are like black and gold. And so these ones I'm painting are kind of mainly like the horses will be red, and the knights will be kind of still silver but mixed with like red and some grays, and then have another set that are more traditional knight colors with silver and white and red, and then the black and gold will be a nice mix of the different heraldries and stuff. So lots of plans and just not got around to it yet. Alright, let's see. What did I hit so far? I think I got all this side, but I might want to do a little bit later. Over here. Alright, we got this back part now. Yeah, it'll be cool. I mean, if I ever get this army done, it'd be nice because it'd be like a, you know, a dream realized, like something I've wanted since I was like 13 or 14 that I finally would have. But there's a lot of work involved. And as life has it, it's like there's already so many other things to do in the meantime. It's like I could just spend all my, well, it would be nice to spend all my off hours doing this, but I have lots of other things to require my attention. I guess some of that is just the old stuff. Okay. What's nice about like some of these miniatures too, like especially the modern like contrast paint methods where you can get something that looks pretty good in just like a couple layers of paint, is that it has kind of what you would refer to as a short positive feedback loop, which is something that is good to kind of encourage you to keep going. like so it's like especially prevalent with people with like ADHD or whatever, but it's with everyone. It's like if you're working on something and you don't see any progress or whatever, you're more likely to get discouraged. But if you do something and you have like you see something, some substantial amount of progress, it kind of like gives you a little bit of dopamine, or just like it kind of like rewards you enough that you get happy enough, and you're encouraged to keep on progressing. And you see it a lot in like video games where you like learn a new skill and you like overcome a smaller challenge and it builds up into something bigger over time. And that's kind of the nice thing with like the contrast paints and like the miniatures and stuff, is like, you know, you put on like 1 or 2 layers and you're like, oh wait, this is starting to look good now, or whatever. Like you're not stuck where you have to like trust the process for a while before it actually starts to look decent and stuff. Like it's always nice. Like there's sometimes you do have to like muscle through things in life or whatever, but if you can get opportunities where, and that's sometimes even like a strategy to deal with things that are difficult. Like that's why they say like if you have a big challenging task, breaking it up into like smaller tasks and little goals, that's part of setting up a positive feedback loop, because seeing a smaller task get done is like a positive action that feels better, and it encourages you to keep you going, and it keeps you from getting overwhelmed by too many things like that you have to do or whatever, you know. It kind of all ties in together. So that's kind of a you know, it's just a thing to think about, is that if there's anything that you have to tackle, trying to figure out where to get the most direct and easy wins out of it early or whatever, to kind of keep you motivated to keep going, is sometimes helpful. And like this, like I wanted to, maybe it wasn't the easiest, but I wanted to see if I could, how this technique for the red armor would look, and if it would look good enough. And it's the most involved out of everything, but seeing it on that first sample one and seeing how it looked definitely kind of encouraged me to push through with the rest of these, you know. I'm usually pretty good about getting through with what I work on. Sometimes it's not always in a timely manner. Sometimes other things come up and I'm like, well, I could put this off for a while, but I'll get it done eventually. But you know, having that forward momentum does help get it done sooner. Yeah. Thick yarn on the sweater. That makes a lot of sense, yeah. Because you all of a sudden you take a step back and you look and you're like, wow, I did a lot. I got a lot done. with another horse. Right, got half of them highlighted so far. Nice, yeah, you're just really cranking through it. Riding the wave of progress. I will drink that in you. All right. Yeah, you'll have to turn the AC on super cold so you can just wear it around. Yeah, that's fair enough. The way the year's zooming by. It'll be a cold part of the year soon enough. Already halfway through July. Yeah. Well, I think right now, I think it's like kind of record heat, like worldwide or whatever, something like that. So, not looking great for the environment, please. I grew up in a desert, and you know, we lived with AC, like you kind of had to out there, but you kind of forget that a lot of people don't know how to live with that kind of heat. Because as kids, like we still played outside when it was like 100, 105, 108 or whatever. But like, you know, you'd have to realize you drink a lot of water and kind of go into the shade a lot and stuff. You don't like. There's a lot of stories like being in the desert. People like from out of town would go on a hike and they would not have the right clothing on, and they would only take like a small bottle of water, and they would get stranded and almost or actually die in the desert. And like, oh yeah, people are not accustomed to this, huh? Wow, I remember riding like bikes in that kind of weather and stuff. Like, oh yeah. Dangerous. Gave it credit. Oh. Yeah, I used to, when I lived out in the desert when I was in college, I used to ride a motorcycle too. That was an experience. Mainly because, you know, the motorcycle would be sitting in the sun all day. Like eventually, like I did get a motorcycle cover. I try to keep it covered, but not always. So I'd have to wear gloves and definitely like long pants and stuff because all the metal was as hot as the sun would make it. It would be baking all day. And then riding was fine because the wind would blow and you'd be fine, but you had to stop in traffic. Suddenly, you not only had the normal heat, but you also had the heat of the asphalt underneath you kind of coming up, which was not pleasant. But it's just something I dealt with. Oh yeah, biking in the rain is just not a smart thing to do. Like, if you can avoid it at all, it's best to do. Like, it wasn't uncommon if it started, because we would, even in the desert, we would sometimes have monsoons. Unfortunately, the monsoons, well, no, there'd be some days where they'd last a while, but sometimes they would pass kind of quickly. And it wasn't uncommon to see like motorcycles just like pulled over on like an underpass or whatever, just trying to wait it out or whatever. Because like the thing is in a car you have four wheels for traction, but on a motorcycle you only have two, and you lose traction on one of those wheels and you're pretty much boned. Like you're gonna lose control of the vehicle. And combine that, like if you're on a highway, you already have spots of like oil slicks or places where like rubber like got peeled off, and already like you lose some traction on the road and stuff. So it's just a disaster waiting to happen, honestly. Yeah, I never got in an accident on the motorcycle, but there are definitely close calls. You have to really pay attention to what you're doing and the people around you, because you can't trust the people around you to be looking out for you. You're just a small little vehicle. That's easy to get in their blind spots, and even if they see you, they might be out to get you. So like one of the better things to do is go into like one of those motorcycle like safety riding courses, and they, in my state, I think in a lot of states, if you go to like an official one, they even like give you a waiver if you pass that, because basically if you take the course and then pass the test in the end of the course, you don't have to do the test through the motor vehicle. But they teach you like all the very important things in there, and like one of the things they taught was just like paying attention and like how you got to be looking at everything like up to at least like 12 seconds ahead of you, like where you're going to be in 12 seconds. So you're not only looking at traffic, you're looking at, you know, someone who may be crossing the road. You're looking at a car that's like pulled over and they might be opening the door in front of you and you might slam into it, and like everything around you from where you are now to where you're going to be in like 12 to 15 seconds you should be like paying attention to at any given time if you want to be like actually like safe and very like defensive driving oriented. I don't know if it's changed over the years, but they said like statistically, if you get in an accident on a motorcycle involving another person, it's most likely to happen at an intersection. And if it's by yourself, it's most likely to happen from like overrunning the curve. You basically take a curve too fast, and when you go into a curve too fast on a motorcycle, it doesn't turn quickly enough and you shoot off the edge of the bend or whatever. So like you have to be extra careful in those type of situations to be mindful of what's going on with you and your motorcycle and the situation around you. Yeah, my dad got wrecked his motorcycle at an intersection. He totaled it and flew off of it and shattered his wrist. Didn't even remember exactly what happened afterwards. Stopped riding for a while after that, but eventually got another motorcycle. Yeah, you don't want that. Yeah, there was one time I was riding and I think I was heading home from college or whatever. And it was like a 3-lane road or whatever. And people were stopping and I didn't quite see why. And it was because a person was like crossing the street. And I managed to stop in time. But when you have to stop a motorcycle really quickly, you're slamming on all the brakes, the front and the rear. And what happens is basically you're grabbing onto them and all the stopping force is hitting the front tire, and my back tire behind me was skidding out to the side as I was stopping. And I managed to stop it in time. But the thing is when you're on a motorcycle and you skid your rear tire like that, what you absolutely do not want to do is let go of that front brake, because if you let go of that front brake and that rear tire is not aligned with the front end, then because like if they're not pointed in the same direction, then you're gonna like crash your bike basically. So you basically have to keep it at a complete stop and then turn the handlebars and make sure you're lined up before you could start going again, because go really really slow into a turn or whatever, because like if you were still going at any sort of speed or anything like that, yeah, you would just like all the power goes into the back tire. So if all the power goes into the back tire but your front is turned in a different direction than the back tire tries to go, it's just gonna fling you off basically. So you just have to be cautious of stuff like that. And fortunately, I remembered what I'm supposed to do in that situation and managed to stay on the bike. And obviously I didn't hit anyone and I didn't crash or anything, but that is kind of a ridiculous situation. Yep. Yeah, and there's a lot of interesting things about motorcycles that you wouldn't think about unless you learned about it, because by default most motorcycles are just manual transmissions. They don't really bother making automatic motorcycles. I think Vespas and some of those scooters are and stuff, but generally you're dealing with, you have a clutch and you have a shifter pedal. So on the left side is your clutch and your shifter. Then the right thing you pull in is your front brake, and then the right pedal is your rear brake. Then on a lot of at least the basic ones and stuff, you don't have a fuel gauge either. What you have is a reserve tank. So they could have changed it in the last X amount of years that I haven't had a motorcycle, but basically you fill up your tank and you have a little bit in a reserve tank. So you have this little switch and you have it switched to your main tank, and you ride your motorcycle, and eventually it starts to sputter, and then you reach down and you flip this little lever, the switch, to your reserve tank, because you're basically running out of fuel, and the reserve tank has part of a gallon or whatever left in it, so it'll take you another 10 or 15 miles or whatever, and that's how you're basically really low on gas and you need to go get more gas. But motorcycle gas tank, I had a Sportster, which is a smaller gas tank, and they're mostly in for the city. I'd get 100 something ish miles out of it, maybe closer to 200, and out of 3 gallons of gas, I think it was. So it was a lot out of a ridiculously small amount of gas. But yeah, there's a lot of little things like that. Not so much. I used to, like I said, I rode a Sportster, which was a Harley Davidson, and that was mainly just what I was kind of exposed to, because my dad had one. My dad was into Harleys and stuff, but I'm not particularly married to that kind of. Harleys are, kind of traditionally known as bikes and stuff, but they're also, depending on the year and the models, it can be kind of derided or made fun of. And there's a lot of people who are really into the sports bikes, and there's different styles and everything. So I'm not married to one. If I ever get one again, I'd have to do some research and learn about what I want, because I'd be open to different things or trying something new. What is kind of interesting though is that aside from there's a lot of different performance things or whatever, but the kind of the cruiser bikes, the standard street bikes and stuff, compared to the sport bikes, one of the main differences, aside from performance, is the riding position, as far as where your feet go. and the cruisers, like the stuff like the Harleys or the Triumphs or like the Indians or whatever, are more often based off of like Western or like American style like cowboy riding, where the stirrups are on the sides of like a horse or like towards the front. So like you see those like bikers cruising and like they're whatever, they're on the side or whatever. But the sport bikes are set up more like horse jockeys, where their feet are tucked behind where they're sitting or whatever, which is kind of it's kind of meaningless really, but it's interesting how it's kind of both of them kind of harken back to like horse riding styles. Yeah, and stuff like Harleys too. Like some of those things are kind of like both overpriced and like it really depends on what you're looking for out of the experience, because like they'll do like a traditional type of Harley doesn't, at least on the older engines, I don't know about the newer ones, but like it doesn't necessarily run as optimally as it could, because they want like the engine to like sound a specific way or whatever as part of like this is like what it's like in this experience or whatever, you know. So some people who are really big on performance or kind of would scoff at something like that, or but then again they have a bunch of other reasons why they wouldn't like those type of machines. Off. Yeah. That is definitely a key factor, and something like sport bikes aren't necessarily the best for that. Even the bike I had was on the smaller side, so it wasn't really, it wouldn't have been the best for longer rides. But that's why you'll sometimes see those like big motorcycles that have like the pushy chairs and the built-in speakers and stuff. Like those are, I think the classification is called like a touring motorcycle, and those are really made for like long rides, like if you're going cross country or something like that. But the nice thing about any motorcycle though is that it is really set up, like since it is just such a I don't know, the machine's right there. It's really open for customization, and people make a lot of aftermarket stuff for them, so you can pretty reliably like alter them as you see fit. Yeah, it's definitely fun. It definitely takes a good amount of money. It's nice when you have a setup for it too. Like, it's not fun to customize a vehicle when you live in an apartment. You don't have the proper tools or the space to handle all of it. But if you have like a garage or a buddy has a hookup that you can do or whatever, then it is really nice. Yeah, I was lucky and kind of unlucky at the same time, if you would want to call it that, because when I went to high school, we had a pretty well stocked like auto shop. So I got used to, like, if I needed to do something on my car, I could just bring it in and put it up on the lifts. So I could just put my car like 6 feet in the air and work underneath it. And then when I was done with high school, it's like, oh, I have to crawl underneath it now. Even with like jack stands, you have to like hop on your little dolly and roll underneath it or whatever. And then my dad, you know, blue collar worker, so he had a lot of tools and everything. So I was able to like work on cars at his place, and he had friends I could borrow more technical stuff from if I needed. But eventually the cars I owned got, you know, had older cars that were built in ways that they were a little bit easier to work on, but late 80s, early 90s, and so on, they get more and more like tight packed and harder, and you have to like pull apart more and more the car to like fix basic things. And eventually, like, is it even worth it dealing with it at this point? Get these panels on here. And I had to work on my cars because I didn't have money to buy anything reliable, really. So I had to rely on like junkyard parts and fixing it up. But eventually I had like kind of a hand-me-down minivan that required you to like basically tilt the engine forward to just change the rear spark plugs, and I'm like, okay, this is just not worth it at this point. This one's pretty much done. 2 more, and then that level highlights is done. Yeah, it's like a good skill to have, being able to switch out tires. I've done that before. Yeah. Yep, definitely calling around and trying to find a place that had the model you're looking for and the part you're looking for. Times that stuck out to me are when I had to do it for very substantial parts of the car, though. Like I did it once for an engine, and I did it once for a transmission. It kind of barely extend the life out of my car. Yeah. Well, yeah, those crap out and they're not really easy to fix. And it's kind of one of those situations where, you know, repairing them through a shop would have been more than the car was worth, for sure. But I think I got like the replacement engine from a junkyard for like $400, which again was a little bit of a gamble because you couldn't really tell offhand if a engine was good or not in a junkyard. But it turned out to be okay when I managed to put it together. Yeah, they were like a point when I was in college that Basically, I had bought like a 91 Geo Prism Toyota Corolla thing for like $800 or some crap in a long time ago. But they were already old cars by then, and so yeah, it wasn't worth putting in a ton of money to fix it, but I couldn't afford anything else at the time, so, and I had to have a vehicle to get to work and get to school, so managed to piece it together through the junkyard. When the thing is that I think it had like an oil leak, or I was just not on top of maintenance, and at one point it ran low on oil and blew a hole in the engine block, so the engine needed to be replaced, so that's what I did. Yep. Yeah, I mean, my family didn't have money to buy me vehicles, and they didn't have spare vehicles for me to use or anything like that, so I was kind of like on my own. Had to figure out what I could do. And I mean, yeah, I mean, I'm the type to figure stuff out anyways. Especially if it's my own, you know? Like if I'm only putting myself at risk. The other trouble about some of that too was that at one of those times, like when I was going to college, I was taking some classes with some friends of mine, and I was the only one who was able to drive, so I was like kind of responsible for driving us all, but no one else had their license. There was a point where one of my cars broke down, and one of them did have a car available, like their family did, and their family was okay with me driving it to school, but obviously, like, they didn't want me borrowing the car or anything. So I would, living in the desert, like, walk to their house, which was about, I don't know, 5 miles So I'd walk 5 miles, drive us all to college, and then after classes or whatever, just we'd hang out a bit, and then walk back home, and then kind of until I eventually fixed my car, and then we could get going again. What do I hit? I think I need to hit the tail area. True. And I was a little metalhead too, so I was wearing black. Get that in focus. Kind of heavy on the shading up there for some reason. Whatever, that's fine. Alright, we'll move to the highlights. Last one. Let's grab a little bit more of these, even though this is the last one. Sweet. Nice. Congrats. sweater. All right. I can focus. I don't know why it's see on went on real thin, or might be thin, might not be a lot on here. Maybe I watered it down too much. And then a little bit on the top of this. Alright. Now I gotta get these little panels. It. here around the eye where the fin hits its apex. Okay. Let's get this other side. All right, get it good. Work with Phil, maybe. Sorry for encroaching. Light. All right, it's up. Apologize. All right. Let's hit some of this middle again. Here. You can see I'm kind of been testing the paint for the consistency I want to make sure it's flowing smoothly on there. Okay, cool. Sweet. Okay, well, I'll say these level of highlights done. Oh, that is kind of interesting. I don't know enough about knitting to know how crazy that is, but no, knitting does usually involve needles. But... all right. So now it's just going to be smaller highlights of pure silver. So this will go even quicker. Get a good amount of on the palette. All right. A little bit of water, so water. All right. So now we're just gonna focus on the very brightest areas. So basically right along here, right up here, kind of where the sun will hit most. Obviously the rivets in these intersections right here. Oh, I'm off the screen. Okay. A little bit. That. Then this will be over here. More along this side. Feel bright. Focus. Probably. I can kind of tell where the rose raised edges are. Okay. Keep on back. Trying to hit these raised parts with the side of my brush. Rivets, tiny little. Okay. And the intersection. Okay. Nice. Got the knots and everything. Gross. Okay. There. Down. Good. Okay. Focus, we're gonna get these. Sure. Alright, cool. Kind of center where these are on the bridges up here. Definitely don't want it overwhelmingly silver. We want this to pick up like it's the light glistening on top of it. Okay. Light. Alright, and then we're gonna go on this side. Back in place. Okay. All right. One. Okay. Pick. paint on my brush. Being fully focused on this right now. Some of these fine details. Get these rivets. Edge yet. Flip around it. Okay, we got those. So let's get this fur up. Alright. These parts, focus. Corner. Focus and we'll get those. I can focus a little bit. Yeah, it definitely is nice. That's kind of the nice thing too with like hobbies that produce stuff over time too, is you can kind of like have a timeline of things getting better. Okay, I think that's fine for this one. Okay. Back in focus. Right. Hitting up catch. Okay. Dots on the bottom. Yeah, that's great. Vast improvement. Water on my brush. All right. There. Okay, now we're on this side, so let's hit the higher parts. There. Definitely juts out. This top part. Focus. Go here. Okay. You just place all these rivets. Casting a shadow a little bit, I apologize. Okay. Here, eye a little bit. Or those things hit. I want to flip this around. Alright, try. And edges again. Hitting these rivets. And very really neat up here. are, of course, down with the highlights. Okay. Bring a bit more. Silver. Okay. Good point on my brush by dragging it along and twisting it. So let's see, get this focus for y'all. Alright. Catch the high edges. And also riveting. Okay. Along. Probably adjustment. Position on the camera. Yeah, I don't want to do it while we're in the middle of it. Frog. Okay. Here. Definitely subtle in places. Adds just that little sheen, like, oh hey, yeah, this is super bright. Okay, see all those. Now we're gonna hit this top. We're gonna hit these. Right, now these panels. Edge. Okay, flip it around to the other side. And more top edges. Yeah, that looks fine. Did I get alright? Yeah, okay. Four down, five left. Put that on correctly, please. Oh boy, boy, boy. Definitely getting warm. I'd normally put my fan on or something, but I don't want it to interfere with the microphones. A little puppy. Give you some. Okay, let's get this. Focus. Right. Eye spots on these edges. Who doesn't like corner? Okay, let's get full. Let's go to the front. Great edges. Pivot. Probably go a little bit longer. I really do want to get the red on these things, and I think doable tonight. I have the energy. Yesterday, I ended up canceling my game because I wasn't sick, but I was not feeling up to it. I was unconscious for most of the day. I just could not get any energy whatsoever, and I was. If I gave in, I probably could have done the same today, honestly, but I woke up and I stayed awake today, so. Right. Something, but don't like missing streams, but it's not the end of the world, you know? It's healthier to take care of yourself, obviously, but to be honest, it's not like anybody's missing me. But okay, let's. Yeah, naps are helpful. Hit these top part. Do it from the sides. Okay, now let's start getting. Yeah, you know, I've got my own personal stream stuff to do, and then lots of work stuff that I'm still catching up on. Rewriting a bunch of stuff. Always wanted to write new codes. My personal side project, I'm writing code in C for some embedded low-level stuff, which is always a challenge. But, alright, that should be enough highlighting for this guy. Which is nice, like, once I get into it, it's like it's a fun back and forth, but then usually when I get into it, it's late at night, so I end up staying up till like 3 or 4, and then like, well, maybe I'll get it this next time, and it's just like keep on back and forth going at it. Dark, but okay. Focus up. Okay. Frontliner Horace, he's a oh my gosh, puppy. Need me to put dinner out? Yeah. Good. Okay. Good. Kind of see the contrast a bit more on this one because the shading was left on pretty dark. Didn't blend it as nicely as I did on the other one. But communication, no. They'll get it to work, I think. And now we gotta do the top part and the head part. I don't want that extra hair in my brush. Very unnecessary. Okay. Let's get these back now. Cool. It's easier to do like this, I think. Still getting all of it. I'll just rotate it back and forth. Now we can try hitting these rivets. Okay. I'll do the same on this other side. These rivets. Get a better. Alright, that should be good for this one. Cranking through them. Oh, good. Okay. Point. I see this is going much faster. Like I have this and 2 more left to do for the silver, so zipping along. Hit the rivet. Ooh. All right, get picking. flip it around. A little thick. Off edge. Oh yeah, boy. You're gonna wanna play or something. Huh? I'll have to hurry up. Just Alright, now we gotta hit the tips on here. Right? And now we want the armor panels on the main. Down. Okay. These rivets. Here, the bright corner up here on the head, like right above the eye. These raised edges. There on the nose, right on the corner. We're gonna want to hit these other rivets. Taping up. Oh, another one down. Okay. Line. Okay, let's rotate and let's get cracking. So, raised edges, side of the brush, try to just catch the edge. Not quite perfect, but it's okay. Back in focus, please. Reflection. These rivets will catch the light. They're all getting a little silver highlight. Alright. Okay. Now we gotta get these upper bars. There we go. Yep. And back here. Get these edges around here. Flip it around. Fill around the center. Okay. Alright, we're going to get the rivet. See if I can aim my brush correctly. Maybe hit the corners with a little bit of silver. This upper edges that are the most sprayed. Especially where things meet. And I'm gonna flip to the other side. Rivets, edge again, right here, the upper parts, and there we go. One more on the bright silver. Got some notes from my I just thought I saw this. Alright, let's start laying this in this over. Where it would be the most raised, where it would catch the light on this metallic theme. In these corners. And let's hit the rivets at the curtain. Okay. Alright, let's rotate around. Hit this corner. Oh my gosh, puppy. Goodness. What do you think you are? I'm assure you nobody's there. Please, quiet down, please. Highlights. Hey, 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 hey. Puppy, puppy. Okay. Okay, that's the outside. Yeah, we're inside. I promise. You want some pets? Come here. Oh, yes. Oh, you got a lot of big feelings about that. I know, puppy. Wolf indeed. Alright. I know. Get the wolf. Okay, my. Alright, I won't be much longer. Hey, hey, hey. No, 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 no. Puppy, puppy, puppy. Okay. Come here. No, place. 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 Lay down. Lay down. That's a good girl. Yeah, good job. Good lay down. Good girl. Here, I'll get you a treat for laying down. Hop in your bed. Oh my goodness, you're still being noisy. Alright, well, we'll see how far I can get with this. Seems to be getting restless. Okay, so I got all those. I was hitting the rivets. I hit. I think I needed to hit the tops. Rivets look fine. Okay, so then let's do the tips of these rivets. I know the world is tough. Difficult for such a young pup. Alright, let's get that. okay, girl? Everyone, my dog is going a bit crazy. Leave the out. Look, they are outside. We are inside. Everything is fine. Everything is awesome. Yes, it's okay. You just lay down with me, okay? I'll protect you. You don't have to yell anymore. It's all good. No. Hey. Okay, puppy. One moment, everyone. Alright, sorry about that. She was not happy. I put her, she likes hanging out in her crate when she's upset about something, so I took her into the other room so she can calm down a little bit. Okay, so now we could just do the red, and then I think I'll probably call it a night. So we need some Flesh Terrors red, some Blood Angels red, and some Contrast medium. 1 to 1 to 1. Okay. Alright, let's do this. And this is where it all hopefully come together and I won't make it a disaster. I'm gonna actually rinse out my water real fast. Get all these metal flakes out of it. Okay. Down. Get. Alright. I need. Don't know how much I'll be dipping back into this, so bear with me. I gotta get the proportion. Maybe a little bit of contrast. So basically I'm taking two different contrast paints that are colored for different to kind of have a mixed shade between the two, and then the contrast medium is just to thin it down a little bit more. So we reduce the opacity a little bit to kind of help with the translucency. Let's mix this all together. Hopefully it's fine. Alright, let's try it. Start back. Or the most, I mean, they should all be probably really thin layers of paint, but okay. Let's put this on the screen. Put it in focus. And let's just add some layers. I'm going to do it in sections and then just try to take away any places if it pulls up too much. I don't want to futz with it too much once it's on there. How do I get this? Oh. Oh well, I'm not gonna futz with that anymore. That one might be a little, but back in focus. Basically, we want to just coat this area. Make sure it's all nice and coated, but if it pulls up too much, come in with a brush and just pick up the pooling. But I think like this I kind of overworked, so it's a little bit, it's hard to tell when it's dark, but I think it's a little overworked, honestly. But c'est la vie. Let's try. I'm gonna add a little more. Well, maybe not. Maybe I'll just eat it on this one and see. Alright, get back in focus. Let's add this. Panels. A little bit nerve-wracking. Spent so much time on the gold highlighting and stuff, and I don't really want to make it all for nothing, but you know, nothing ventured, nothing gained. Sometimes you just gotta pull the trigger. And you need practice to make sure everything kind of comes in smoothly. Plus, it's hard to tell what things will look like when they dry, because right now it's still wet, but as it's drying, it's starting to look better, I think, anyways. So let's continue. Puppies. Still a little barking from her crate a little bit. Must be something outside she didn't like. I don't know if people are still shooting off fireworks or not, but I wouldn't be surprised. A little bit careful not to get too heavy-handed with it. Yeah, she doesn't like them. And you know, I'm in a city. You can never tell if they're fireworks or gunshots, to be sure, but she just doesn't like the loud noises in general. Oh, come on. Or that. Okay. Yeah, you can get it back in focus. You can see where it's drying already. It's kind of getting a nice sheen through it and everything. Get a little weird. Some for the face as well. I'll have to make more mix. I think I underestimated how much will be used for this, so. Plus, I switched over to my dry palette, which it dried out faster, probably. Okay. Okay. So there's kind of like a little bit of a excess over at the top, so I'm just gonna take a clean brush and top some of it up without like spreading it or whatever. So it's not gonna be a perfectly even consistency just because I haven't been perfectly even with it, but I think that should be good. Okay. Let me set up more on my palette then, and then I will continue through these. Drop it in. Waste a little bit, but get a little more precise. Oh, thanks for the follow, Vegaracho. I appreciate it. Pretty chill at the moment, but I'm just mixing paints, and then I'll put one of these on the screen showing what I'm doing, but I just wanted to kind of have a laid back stream where catching up on hobby stuff. All right. Cool. All right. Grabbing next, of course. Hope you're doing well on this Saturday. Hope everybody is actually. Get the second focus. So I'm painting these. These are horses for some knights for old Warhammer fantasy miniatures. Technically, they're gonna be the knight order is the Knights of the White Wolf, but yeah, it's a Warhammer fantasy. So kind of I don't know if you're familiar with the tabletop game or Total Warhammer, but that universe type of thing is what I'm working on right now, because I've had these models sitting around for quite a long time, and I'm finally getting around to painting them basically. Oof, I had too much on this brush, so I'm gonna have to top some of this up, I think. Oh, nice. Yep. Yeah, I collected a bunch, and at the time, a little spotty now. I was young and I didn't have enough money to properly paint and everything, so I painted a little bit, and then they kind of got shelved for a while, and then come the pandemic, I started recollecting, but I collected all the Empire stuff, and fantasy got shelved, and then I actually started 40K Army when the new Sisters of Battle got released, because they came out with they finally redid those models, and they're really, really appealing looking to me. So I picked those up, and I have those to paint as well when I'm feeling like I'm worn out on fantasy stuff at the moment. But I kind of always wanted to have like a nicely painted like Empire army that I could just have on a table one day, you know. You understand the appeal if you used to play the 40K and everything. I remember just like looking through like the old rule books or the White Dwarves and just seeing like the impressive like studio painted armies that they had, and just on like a fully like a table with full terrain and everything, and I'm like, yeah, that's what I want someday. And never quite had it, but I'm like, you know, now's the time to start working towards it, basically. And honestly, I think I had bought this set when 6th edition came out, which 6th edition was out. I don't know if it was just when it came out, but I think that was probably 3rd edition for 40K, and I think me and my brother both we went in on both starter sets, basically. The Orcs and Empire Fantasy, and then the Orcs and Space Marines 40K set. So those were very iconic to us. Back in focus. Every time I tell it to get back in focus, it's actually me, because I don't have autofocus on. It's me yelling at myself to move my hand. All right. Oh my goodness. Definitely going to be a lot of cleanup when I get to the point of doing the horses' bodies, but that's because I knew this was going to be a messy step doing all this armor. Undersides, okay, even though realistically nobody will ever see them. let's see. This was how that last one turned out. Yeah, when it's close up, you can see kind of like unevenness on there, but from a distance, it actually is pretty nice. I don't mind it. I don't mind if it's not perfectly. It's still leagues above what I would have been able to do years ago, so. Okay. Good. Too diluted. Gotta keep that balance. A little bit of a pain to do on. And keep that on the painting on camera is juggle everything. Yes. Gift. Okay. Off a little bit up from around these rivets to the heavy. Yeah, I definitely need to adjust the brightness. Exposure settings too dark. I apologize if it's not super visible. I'll definitely take some photos afterwards and throw them up on my Twitter. Okay. Back in focus and start hitting the upper. get these. Anything? Yeah, these are just quick and dirty, but oops. Wash that off and wipe up a little bit. Exactly what you want to do, right? You just want to fling your brush on the floor. Yeah, it is kind of like, it's interesting to learn what just people's different interests are and what they kind of do for their own personal hobbies and stuff. And I know for me personally, I've always been super like a creative type of creative in the way of I like making things, like not necessarily artistic expression type of, you know, whatever, but like my hobbies have always revolved around making things and creating things or whatever, as opposed to someone whose hobbies are like, you know, experience based or exploration or whatever, traveling, or they're more into sports or whatever. But you know, people are wired differently, and it makes perfect sense. But I am definitely not wired that way. I'm wired to want to just build stuff either by myself or with other people. Kind of far from it right now because I need to study, practice stuff, but like I would love to get better at music and study film stuff, and I liked making stuff with other like people who brought their own skill set. You know, having people who are passionate about what they're doing and talented and stuff, all like contributing to an end goal together was always a fun, unique thing. Stop off some of this exit. Sorry, I took it off screen. I just need to make sure I didn't miss any weird edges. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's understandable to have them. I'd probably like traveling more if I, you know, had unlimited funds and everything. But okay, so fine. Okay, so now we're gonna do the upper main armor. And this is going pretty fast, but I was hoping it would be a bit faster, but better to be careful with it. Or some mopping up of liquid, I think. Okay. Both sides. Clean off the brush, and let's take some of this really heavy off of here. Yeah, okay, that's better. Probably want a little bit thicker on here. All right. So let's see, that's 5 done, 5 left. All right. Go with the pan. I noticed on one of the earlier ones, there was just like a spot of gold on the top that I had to like touch up. So I'm just trying to look at it from all the different angles to make sure that I don't miss anything obvious. Especially when he comes to like under the tail and alright. Back in focus. Build. Oh. Hello, how are you doing? I have poppy seeds. Holding a chill stream here. Oh. See. Keep it in focus. apologize if my dog can be heard barking in the background. He's not happy about something going on outside. Yeah, I figured it's a common thing, but I appreciate you stopping by. And yeah, I've stopped by yours and your partner's stream some. I've only lurked though. I'm trying to get better at commenting, but I haven't really engaged enough on there. But I'm trying to get better at it. But I appreciate it a lot. Yeah, on these kind of Saturday streams, I've been using it as an excuse to kind of catch up on painting these miniatures I've had for a while. So I kind of just try to hold a chill, laid-back stream where people can, they can chat if they want to, or maybe do their own hobby stuff or chores or whatever they like to do with streams in the background, But oh. Yeah, you know what? You're right. I got you confused. Too many poppies out there. You're the other poppy. But I do recognize you. Because you've been... actually, you've been liking a lot of my... the tweets, and I've been greatly appreciative of it. And we were talking a little bit about the 3D printer a little bit and everything. Yep. I remember. A little bit brain fried. Long day, but I do recall. It's not as crazy as it would seem, because it's kind of nice. I mean, there are people who are insanely talented with it, and they'll like draw in all their little details and everything. But what's nice about like painting like little figures and miniatures like this is that there's a lot of details built in, so there's like techniques and stuff you can that let you kind of bring out the natural reset, like the paint will flow into the recesses and make it look good, even though like you're not trying as hard as it appears you are. But well, thank you, I appreciate it. But yeah, this is the kind of stuff that like this particular one I'm painting right now is like something I bought from a company, but this kind of stuff is what that 3D printer will enable me with too. Printing out custom stuff with this, and let me get back in focus a little bit, because I also like I play D&D. I like run some D&D games, so we could print miniatures and just kind of painting them. And so basically, for this particular thing, it's something I'm trying out. It's actually a new thing, but I wanted this kind of like metallic red sheen, and I didn't really have a good color for it, but I have this metallic gold that this kind of paint is kind of similar to what you'd have in like craft paints or something like that, but where it's got like little metallic flakes inside of it. Yeah. So the red is I'm using as a tint over it, so it kind of will utilize all both the metallics underneath, and also like I took some time. It's kind of hard to tell, but like, so there's gold, but then I was kind of adding in like over here, there's some silver for like where theoretically it would be highlights from like the sun reflecting, and then some parts are a little bit darker naturally where shadows would be. It's not as like good, like I'm still practicing and trying to get better at it, but the idea is that like all these brights and highs and lows and stuff, like once I put the red over it, it kind of like shows through as natural shading, that I don't necessarily have to do under it. Yeah, so like when I this paint that I have is kind of it's thinned down a little bit. I have to, this one came on thick, so I have to take a little bit of it off, but the idea is that it's not a full opacity paint, so that it's a little bit thinner, and those, you get the warmth of the gold underneath that kind of helps with the red, and then like the high edges and the shadows kind of come through on this stuff when it dries through. I've gotta kind of smooth this out a little bit, but yeah, so it's kind of an interesting technique. I saw a YouTube video doing something like it, so I thought I'd try it out with these guys. So well, I was into growing up, my dad got us into like making models. He was into like model cars, and so like me and my brothers like would make model cars and everything. And then when I was relatively young, probably, I don't know, middle school or something, we ended up at like a mall or like a GameStop or game shop of some sort, where they had this particular, where this model's from, it's a tabletop game called, well, this was Warhammer Fantasy Battles, where it's basically, yeah, like tabletop miniatures. You play on, you play a mock war on a battlefield on a tabletop or whatever. And I kind of saw it there, and I had already been into like painting models and model cars and model rockets and stuff like that, and just kind of like seeing like a whole like kind of neat fantasy army painted up, and like having a whole game you could play out of it was really neat. And like they had the fantasy version, and then the sci-fi version too, which both of them have since like exploded into like video games and novels and stuff like that, especially like 40K and everything. Yeah, basically that's all the yeah, those are the popular ones. There are other ones, but those are the big name things basically. Yeah, a lot of Warhammer, and technically this game that this one I'm painting right now, oh my gosh, hello, decided that she wanted my attention. But yeah, they kind of discontinued their main fantasy game for a while and spun it off into something different, and their sci-fi one has been their big one for years, and now they're gonna at some point bring back their fantasy in a different format. But yeah, it's all kind of neat. Yeah. Yeah, skeletons. I mean, if he was playing Age of Sigmar Warhammer, it was like probably Soul Blight. If it was like traditional fantasy, it was probably like Vampire Counts or Tomb Kings, or I think Oserak Bone Reapers is also the Age of Sigmar stuff. But yeah. Yeah, it's definitely interesting. I have the Warhammer, and then yeah, I do have D&D stuff, like I said, but then I also have some like board games that have like miniatures in it that are like relatively unpainted that I would like to paint up and make them nice eventually, that are different themes. Like I have a actually have a Cowboy Bebop board game that I'd like to paint up the minis for, and a couple of things. So it's kind of a neat hobby when if it's something like you enjoy. It's nice to sit down and just, you know, kind of get into a relaxed state and paint for a while. But other people just like to play the games and they don't like the painting part of it, which is, you know, fine. Enjoy. Whatever. I know, puppy. Oh my gosh, you have lots of big feelings today. Hello, I will give you some pets. Oh my goodness. Yeah, it wasn't like a huge thing. It was like a limited run thing, and I only discovered it because the same company. Yeah, I am. Yeah, I'm booping her snoot. She's a little corgi, so she's definitely getting the attention. But the company that made the game did a Kickstarter a while back for a. They're making a Cowboy Bebop RPG, like a, you know, similar to D&D, but it takes place in the Cowboy Bebop world. So she's being booped and she's got a little smile on her right now. So you happy now, puppy? Yeah, you like being pet? I know you do. I know. Oh, good girl. Yeah, she's still a youngin'. She just turned 2 in May, so she's got all the puppy energy still. I do sometimes. Like I have a beard, and then I will grow it until I get annoyed with it, and then I'll trim it down until like it's like longish stubble, and then I'll let it grow out a while again too. Is it's a pain with the upkeep, but yeah, I tried to make the model kind of similar to myself in real life because I don't know, kind of felt like being a little representative to what I am. I'm not as anime boyish as I've felt like the model was, but maybe if I ever get far enough in this that I do a model redesign, I'll get a little more fancy with it. But yeah, I do. It's a little subtle because it's the same colors. It's yeah, it's brown and green, and it kind of depends on the lighting where they can be a little close-ish to each other, but at other times they're more distinct or whatever. But because like it's really obvious when someone has like a blue eye and a green eye, but brown and green can sometimes kind of fade together. But yeah. Yeah, it's subtle. I mean, it's subtle in real life too. So. Bark, bark. I know. You okay, puppy? Oh, you got the ball. I see. I see. You found your ball. Let me check this. Gotta. But I mean, heterochromia is popular in anime characters in general. Kind of a nice trait that they use a lot. Hey, look at it. He's like, you have spent way too long not giving me enough attention. Hey, if you bring it back to me, I'll toss it to you again. I know. If she stayed in one place long enough, I would just put a camera on her, but Corgi will not stay in place. Yeah, I was always like a dog person. I mean, I'm an animal person in general, and I have cats too now, but kind of I always at least had a dog growing up. And oh, sorry about that. I don't know why I gotta have to adjust Nightbot sensitivity. It shouldn't be caring about emojis. I don't know why it would. Don't take offense to it. But yeah, like there's a point where I used to, like, when I was in high school, used to volunteer at like an animal shelter, and just like is always, I mean, you know, it's not always great and happy and stuff, but it was kind of nice to fun to like see the kind of personalities you'd find with different dogs and stuff. And like I always loved how like just the big dogs always had fun personalities, and they would just not realize how big they were and try to be all over you and everything. Yeah, like there's plenty of times where, you know, especially when I was like a younger kid and stuff, you know, and just petting a larger sized dog, and they're just completely in it. They're just enjoying it, and they just lean up against you. And like, you know, when you're, you know, a little kid, you're like 10 or something like that, and a big dog's like pretty much your size, they don't even realize it, and they just lean and they put all your weight on you and pretty much almost knock you over, because they don't have any sense of how big they are in comparison to you, or they just try to climb in your lap and everything. Don't get that as much as an adult, but it's just fun to just see. It's like, oh, you're too big to be hopping in people's laps, or you're too big to be doing it. You still try. They don't know. They're just trying to live their best lives. Oh my gosh, Parker. Where'd you put the ball? Okay. I know, puppy. What is it? What? Where did it go? All the way over there. I can't throw it if it's over there. Yeah. Almost. I think when I was planning to just wrap this up once I finish the red, since I've been doing this for a few hours now, and especially now that the dog's getting restless, I think she could probably stand at least some playtime, but more likely she would want to go out and could probably use a walk or bathroom or something along those lines. So I think I'll stay too much longer. But I spent like a lot of time getting these things like prepared for this red stage, so I finally wanted to like pull the trigger on it and see how it would turn out, because the anticipation was growing, you know? Like, is it gonna work? Is it gonna like turn 4 on me? And so far it looks like it's working out nicely. Back in focus. Plus I enjoy the kind of chill music. Watered down, I get a little more. Hey puppy, are you messing with something you're not supposed to mess with? That sounds like you are. So then, Poppy Seeds, do you stream under this on this Twitch account then? Because I know if your Twitter's the not Poppy, I'd be curious. I would just want to, you know, make sure I can stop by sometime. Or if you're just like a, you know, if you're just a viewer, then I just appreciate the views and stuff. But I would definitely want to return the favor if you stream yourself and everything. Did I hit the underside of all this? Okay. Hey, puppy, please don't chew cardboard. That's not needed. Almost done. Okay. Oh, I hear you dropping your toy. I'm sure the downstairs neighbors love it. Oh my goodness, I don't want to get that one. They love you. Oh yeah, man? Oh yeah, puppy dog? Oh my gosh. That's really? I didn't know that. Okay. Oh, you put it under your bed? Okay, hold on. This excess. Alright. Just have one more after this one's done, so then I can this hopefully. Come on, get back in focus. I know, puppy. I'll play with you in a moment, okay? Oh? Where's your toy? Focus here. You really are going crazy with that toy, huh, puppy? I hear it thunkin', thunkin', thunk. Okay. Alright. I will do this last one and then we can go and we can play together. Okay, Ryan? Okay? What, did you hear something? Alright, okay. I know, puppy, I know. Hey, it wasn't me making that noise. It's okay. It's okay, my girl. Hey. Oh, upset. It's okay, Rain. Okay. Oh boy. Okay, so I'm gonna get some of this excess off. I think the mix is a little bit watery at this point. It's okay, girl. It's okay, girl. Alright, let's just try to get this front panel done, and then we'll call it. Feed through it, because I've been kind of apparently, at least according to her. Oh, I know. Get you back in focus. Rain. Rain. Okay. Alright. Get these panels. And this front panel of the face. Text off and we should be good. Clean the brush. Get you back in focus. Alright, not the best done, but acceptable for now. I might touch this one up a little bit later, but everything's a little bit liquidy right now. Okay. Be fine though. Okay, cool. So then, yep. Oh. The puppy indicates that it's about time to go. So I appreciate everybody who stopped on by. Thank you for chatting and kind of keeping me company while I was doing this. I'll finish touching up and then I'm gonna take photos of everything. I'll share my progress on Twitter if anybody wanted to see how these turned out with them dry and with kind of a little bit better camera than what I'm using to stream. But other than that, yeah, thank you for joining me. I'll be back next week. I'm gonna be streaming Tales of Fantasia on Thursday, and then I'm gonna finally try to play Dream Daddy. I've been waiting for a while, and hopefully I won't be unconscious again. And then pick up on more painting next weekend. And yeah, I appreciate it. Y'all have a good night. Yeah, thank you, Violet. I appreciate you being here. You all have a good one. Enjoy your Saturday. Have a good weekend. Try not to let the heat wear you out too much, and keep cool. Thank you. Bye.